Ah, could you not hear me? Quite quiet. Hang on. Someone's ringing me somewhere. Yes, thank you, George. You can't lip read. I'm surprised you can't, George. Really surprised you can't lip read. Ah, dear. Okay, apologies for that. I thought I pushed the button, but the button's getting a bit sticky on this mic. I've got like a mute button on the front, so when the credits are rolling, I mute and then I switch it on, but it didn't work. So I'll start again then, shall I? I say I was going so well today. Yeah, all on time. Decided to give the grill a bit of a paintbrush over because there's some dust in the bottom of it on the Dynatron, and the paintbrush went through the mesh on the front grill, which is in behind the wooden slats because it had all perished. So unfortunately, I've had to recover the front grill. So that's made me pretty late, to be fair, and I've not tidied anything up. It's a complete mess in here. But I did get on in time, despite the fact I didn't have any audio. So there you go. So Derek, afternoon, how are you? Derek Taffman, Theo, Mike Atlantis. This is Mike's Atlantis that we got on the bench. He's been to the first boot sale of the year after lockdown. Yeah, I wonder. Gary's there. Gary, is there any boot sale over at Pilton today? I'm sure you'd notice that. I don't know if they're back up and running. Andy Beck, afternoon. Colin Parnell, afternoon, Colin. Hi, George. Hi, David Tagg. From Derbyshire. Afternoon, Rob Titheridge. Andrew Ausfa. Dedicated Dynatron devotees. Hey up, Sean. George didn't go to bed till 8:30. Dear oh dear. Hi Phil Dixon, how are you? Chris Brown? Cody's, Paul? Someone was ringing me there. I did suss it. So the stream is playing through the Wharfdale but no sound. Hopefully it's there now. Hi ZX, how are you? Welcome. Benji's just dropped in. Michael, hang on, it's just jumped mentally now. Michael Hyde, Rob Cross, hi Rob. Hi Michael. Gavin Thomas, hi Gavin. Mr. Laser Sound. Oh, a few jumping in. Time Tech. Hi Time Tech. How are you? And thanks for sending that aluminium solder, by the way, Time Tech. That blimmin' module's gone. It's gone. Hi Bjorn. Whoa, Mike. Racing Demon. What an entrance. You've been missing the radios lately. We're back to some radios today, Mike. Evening Wenlock. Is George in the oven? You're nearly naked. Oh, George. Yeah, so well done to Maggie there, George, for doing that. Great stuff. I watched the video this morning when I got up. You did a good job of the shave, actually. I don't know what Sean thinks, but, you know, looked pretty good to me. Bet she's wondering what the hell's going on there. I'm looking a bit small today, Nick, am I? Welcome. Watching on the phone in the garden. So it's pretty hot here today, actually. I don't know what the... It's only reading 23 in here, so it's not too bad. We've got a bit of cloud cover here at the moment, so it's sort of sunny and then not sunny. But 'tis pretty warm. You're watching on the iPad in bed. It must be late there, Wenlock. You must be doing a late one. Afternoon, Marquis. How are you? See, this radio, every time you do something on it, you end up having to do something else. It's crazy. It's like the hinge. I was going to put the hinge in, and you know, I think it was Doug said last week, stick it overnight in some white vinegar. So I did that, and yeah, it did clear the rust off. So this morning I've been WD-40ing it, beautifying it, ready to go back in. I don't even know if it's here. Yes, it is. Cleaned the handle up. So as I say, I was pretty much good to go, and then the dial cord went off. Oh, Sean! Super chat support now. Thank you, mate. You got to shoot off at 2-ish, have you? I was up in the 20s this morning, benches. The thermometer here on my workbench is showing 23 at the moment, which isn't too bad. I've got all the windows open up here, and it's cooler than it was this morning. I ended up hanging a clock this morning. Mrs. Cruncher brought home a very nice clock for above the mantelpiece. So I popped that one up this morning, first thing. Then I've been playing about this Dynatron ever since. So yeah, Sean, that that speaker cloth you sent for my Dynatron Atlantis, I've used on mics now. So I need to get a little bit tidier because it is a hell of a mess. Literally is a hell of a mess. I've got stuff everywhere. So I have got some beer ready to go in, to be honest. So that's pretty important stuff. This thing, all the screws are rusty in it. Oh dear. So let's have a look. Yeah. My bench is looking a bit nasty at the moment. Let's just give this a bit of a wipe off. Yes, look at, got a bit of verdigris on the bench this afternoon. Because I literally have pulled this right apart today. It literally is as far apart as I've ever had one of these, I think. Afternoon, Phil the Power Taylor. How you doing, Phil? Bush Nightingale. It is, yeah. You've bought a few faulty Roberts this week, Phil. 26 in there, George. Bloody hell. That's hotter. Hotter than a hot thing, that is. Those super hats could do with a ka-ching. Oh yeah, like a noise. Super chats. Super hats. I don't know what you meant then. When like, oh dear. Anyway, there's lots of things been going on this week. Let me get a beer underway. I'm gonna go with one of my all-time favourites, I think. Kindly picked up by Mrs. Cruncher for me. Good old Tom. Good old Tom. It does, Sean, doesn't it? It's a nice old clock. It's still going. Yeah, it's still going. He says knocking the Dynatron again. But yeah, the Dynatron has come up really nice. I mean, that's the back panel for it. That's far superior to the back panel that's fitted on mine. And I'll show you the bits I used to do it in a minute anyway. Let's get the beer open. Gotta love a drop of Old Tom. It's not even a full pint bottle. It's, what's it, 330ml, but it's 8.5%, so it's good stuff. I do like the taste of the stronger beers. I suppose they're a bit sweeter, a bit heavier. But yeah, I'm going to start big. So I've been toying with what the hell to do with my communication test set. I need a communication test set here. I need one that works. So I've decided to trade mine in on another one. I was a bit concerned it might have been a trade down, but I think for what I want and the fact it's got a guarantee, I've made the right decision. But we'll have a look at that when it arrives later in the week. Bit of interest for you. It's like Treacle's Stellar Blade. Welcome. It is good stuff. It's good stuff. Where's Jerry? I tell you, another good one is that Ginger Tom that Sean weaned me onto. Yeah, Sean's just said about it there. Ginger Tom. Puts hairs on your chest. His old Tom is really nice, and it's got like a multi. I don't know. Can anybody remember years and years ago where you used to we used to have a spoon of this stuff every day. Mum always insisted we had a spoon of this stuff every day, and it was like did she call it viral? I thought it was malt extract. Something like that, but it was very sort of malty taste with a bit of sweetness to it. Always insisted that we have this stuff every day, and sadly I can't ask her now because she's no longer with us. But I'm sure my brothers remember it. It was malt, Mike, was it? I think it was malt extract, but I'm thinking malt extract is Marmite, isn't it? It certainly wasn't Marmite. You know what I mean, Andy, do you? It's really thick. It was thicker than treacle, and it would stay on the spoon for ages, and you had to keep the spoon in your mouth for quite some time to get it to melt. It's difficult to sort of explain what consistency it was, really. But I'm sure some of you know. Syrup of figs, and it wasn't syrup of figs, Derek. It was, I'm sure we used to call it viral or malt extract. But I certainly remember it because I say Mum went through a period where we had to have it every day. Benylin. No, it wasn't cough mixture. It was just some sort of, I suppose it's like old-fashioned vitamins, I suppose. In a big jar, yeah, it was, Mike. You know, I don't think my brothers liked it that much, but I loved the stuff. I could have sat in it, well, I don't know about a jar, but I don't know, it's one of those fad things, I suppose, back in the 70s, I would have thought. Yeah, it would have been 70s, definitely, 1970s. I wouldn't have remembered if it was the 60s because I was born in the 60s, so it would definitely be the 70s, and it wasn't the 80s. So yeah, a bit of retro. Yes, and it was sort of like bitty as well. It had not bitty. You know what I mean? It had bits in it. Way before your time, Sean, was it? Brewers yeast and Horlicks tablets. It certainly tasted like this beer. Got shelves lined up for the schlum. Got new shelves lined up for the schlum. Yes, George. No, I haven't. Viral. Yeah, that's what I remember it as, David. Yeah, viral. I really don't know what the thing. I wonder if it's on Google. Let me have a look. I'm sidetracking again, aren't I? Yeah, viral malt extract. There we go. Still available. No way. It says it's available on eBay. Can't see any viral on there. Pardon me. I tell you, it's defaulted to this blimmin' Yahoo search again. Oh my god. This brings back some memories. Viral for health and vitality. That. Well, assuming you're on my screen. No, you're not. Stick you on there. Should be now. There we go. Viral for health and vitality. Was it that jar? Yeah, someone's got a picture of it on a spoon there. It's really treacly stuff, really thick. Food for growth. Health and perfection. Look at that. Excellent. See, that's the sort of smile I had. That's why I'm smiling, because I had viral. Oh my god. Give your child the sound constitution that viral alone can build. See? So, viral gives you clear, bright eyes, firm flesh, good, healthy colour, and well-formed limbs. There you go. Brilliant. There you go. Bit of memory lane. Bit of memory lane. Bit of fun. You know, that's what's about in it. But yeah, I do remember it. So you've got some of these signs left. You know, viral's just one of the names I can remember. We had some other ones. Malt extract with cod liver oil there. I bet that's lovely. I bet that's lovely. Anyway, I'm digressing, aren't I? Again, as usual. I'm digressing again, as usual. Hi, Stephen Deverell. How are you? You still sell it, Andy, do you? Flipping heck. Could be. I was brought up on it early, George. We'll be on to Ready Break. What are you saying, Gavin, about the 7600? I've not done any more on the 7600. I was going to try and bring it in today, but this has taken me a bit longer than expected, really. So yours is broken, but it looks a bit terrifying. It's not too bad, Gavin. As long as you've got decent soldering iron with a fairly fine tip, you should be okay. The cat is amusing. Oh dear. Paul's got it all sus there. Like, you copied that off the bottle, Paul. Stopped production in the early 80s. Yeah, I just remember having to have a spoonful every single day as I can't remember, we used to have it before we went to bed or when we got home from school. I can't remember, but we had to have a spoonful every day. I'll have to ask my brothers about it. They'll remember. Their memory's a bit better than mine. They've not killed their brains with alcohol. Got the Beatus. You're going to buy 10 jars of that stuff, Sean? That was good stuff. I used to love it. Yeah, I obviously got a taste for it from early days. I found a picture of myself. It could have been me on the bottle, couldn't it? On the advert. You could see that from my firm skin. Oh dear. Hi Keith, how are you? Hi Gary. Should have a nice crusty loaf of bread in 2 hours. Stick some viral on it, Gary. Yeah, it does use a lot of different caps, Gavin, but well worth doing, I think. I mean, I don't think we're going to have time today to do it because I've got barbecue later, so I'm not going to make it a late one. Right. Let's crack on then, shall we? So let's move my part out of the way because I don't want this. So this is the old cloth. It's not cloth, it's like a scrim material, but if I just slightly pull it, it's very, very brittle. It's just perished. It's just absolutely perished. So I've just cut those sections out because I've glued on the piece that Sean gave me. So there we are, all glued on. And I'm back in business again. I've just got to trim this off and then we can start putting it back together. Let's zoom out a little bit because I'm a bit close in. Yeah, I've got everything everywhere here this morning because I just literally have not had time to clear up. So apologies for the state of the bench, but it's not too bad. I've seen it a lot worse. So let's trim this cloth off. As I say, all I've stuck that on with is spray adhesive, this stuff. Prit Craft It. So it's an aerosol. So basically sprayed I've left the old mesh on and just cut out the holes for the speakers because I thought if I spray it with those on, then it'll just block the sound. So sprayed it with that, left it 5 minutes, put that on, and that was about half an hour ago I done that. So seems to have done the job. It doesn't need to hold it like absolutely rigid. It's just to stop it flopping around. So just gonna cut this off, hopefully. So this as I say, this dial cloth was given to me by Sean, so thank you for a dial cloth. What the hell do I keep calling it dial? Where's it go? So I should think it's grill cloth. I've got dial cord on my mind again, see? Doesn't have to be overly neat on the edges because you can't see that bit. Let's put my webcam and camera on. Cam. I don't know, Sean did his with this. What did you stick yours on with, Sean? Yeah, so I was not expecting to be recovering the grill as well. But as I say, this just likes to bring up all these things for me. So I'm going to need to get some more of that stuff because I was going to do mine because mine's got some holes in the grill cloth. So there's the front of the unit. Of the radio unit machine, I don't know what you call it. Oh, that does look really nice, doesn't it? Right, let me think. How does this go? That goes in there. It's tricky to get this in, to be honest, because you've got to wangle it in underneath all these fittings. The The other thing I've got to do is make sure that these holes will go through. And I don't know whether to just melt those with a soldering iron. Let me just give that theory a try a minute. Let's give that theory a try. Afternoon well, you see. Tin of condensed milk in the cupboard. Been there 20 years. I actually made some caramel condensed milk the other week from scratch. That was amazing stuff. Not that I can have it, but you know. I like condensed milk, love it. So yeah, it was caramel flavoured condensed milk, made from scratch from one of the barbecue books I think I got the recipe from. Now, it's good stuff, Sean. Material reminds you of the lining of ladies' coats or skirts. It's not as shiny as it looks, ZX. It is matte. If I sort of put it on the edge, you can see it's got a bit of a sheen to it, but it's speaker cloth, exactly the same as black, but obviously it's a brown one. You use spray adhesive as well, Sean? Spray adhesive. It took a long time to make it, Benji, I can tell you that. Let me just get a scrap bit that minute. And just see what the soldering iron does to it. Ow! See if it makes a hole or whether it... Yeah, that'll do nicely. The reason I don't want to just screw through it is because it'll... It will gather the threads up, I think. That's my concern. Oh, perfect. Look at that. Yeah, if the screw gets on the threads and gathers it, then I could potentially stretch all the cloth out of place. So this is my other soldering iron, like what I would call my backup iron now. There we go. Job done. Holy, holy, holy. Right. Which way up does this go then? That's the next question. It goes that way up. Takes a bit of wangling. A bit of wangling needed. There we are. Oh, brand new. Oh, very nice. A hodgepodge. It's nice now. It wasn't. I've had to put one new one of these in. It was missing. I don't know if you remember, but I was missing one of the side pieces. One of these handle stays, and the other one was really loose, so I pulled pulled them both out, and they're very unusual. I should have taken a photo of one, really, to show you, because they are a bit unique. So the screws are in vinegar because they were pretty rusty. A lot of the screws are rusty. I don't want to make a hole in that because that'll be everywhere else. So I'm just going to quickly go and drain them off and give them a quick swill. Then I'll give them a bit of a go with the WD-40. So you can see that does look pretty nice. So bear with me, I'll be back in a sec. Talk amongst yourselves. That's that done. Just banged my knee. My 3D printer. Took a bit of skin off. Nice. But I've got firm skin after all that viral, so no problem. Oh dear. What did I use for the handle stay? I pinched one out of another radio, Sean. I've got a couple, I've got about 3 or 4 Dynatron wooden radios, and they all use the same pegs. And I've got a couple that have only got one, so... But I'll have to try and dig another one out just to show you what they look like, because they're hammered in. It's like a serrated nail with a chrome end, so they must have had a little tool to knock them in with. A little template or something to get them straight. Let's get this on here. Where are they? Oh, there they are. I've wrapped them up too well. Right, is that all of them? Yes, it is. Right, where's my WD? I took some downstairs just now. I bet it's still down there, isn't it? Right, just get me WD-40 a minute. Right. Oops, I keep bashing the radio, don't I? Simon, how you doing? How you doing, Simon? Right, pardon me. Right, let's get these sprayed with a bit of WD in it. Stop them getting any rustier. There we go. Good old WD. Don't use it for a lot of things, but it is really useful. Trouble is now I've got to try and remember what screw goes where, haven't I? That's the fun bit. And see whether I've actually got any missing, because it looks like I've only got 2 of those and I should have 3. So let's pop. Oh no, I've got 3. Trying to find where this goes. Okay, the cloth decided it loves the front panel so much it's going to try and hitch on it. Get off. Just straighten that up. Try that again. Don't really want to lay it down on its front because it's going to get some load of muck on it. Get over. This is the sort of stuff you used to mount your photos in the photo album with years ago, this spray mount stuff. Come on. Got it. Put a screw in quick before it decides it's going to move again. Put a screw in quick, Graham. Quickly. Loads of different size screws here just to throw me. Mike, you're enjoying it. Thank you very much, mate. Why is Simon Mr. Gullible then? What have you been up to, Simon? Don't go too mad, I'll come out the front of the case house. Okay. So we've got these side screws as well. I certainly screwed the hell out of this, didn't I? I don't know whether this was, well, obviously designed by the Hacker brothers, because they'd left by now, but obviously their influence was still there. There's my other screwdriver. It's certainly gone in a lot better than it was before. How are you finding the Weir drivers? They're very, very good. Very, very good pull. Especially the Phillips and the Posi drive. Whereas before I'd have been struggling to find what was the best screwdriver. Even though some screws looked like they were Posi drive, but they worked better with my old Phillips screwdrivers. These, you just know it's going to work first time. So yeah, they are brilliant. So someone's taken that off before, because all of these screws were protruding a lot further than that before. So either that or it didn't get assembled very well in the factory, which I doubt. Okay, and I had to release this little bracket here on the side. I had to release that one in order to get the front to slide out. It's warming up in here again. It's gone up a degree. I'm up to 24 again now. Right, there we go. So that was a job that I wasn't intended to do, but hopefully you'll agree that looks absolutely perfect. That is really, really nice. In the back, you can't really see through it, but it's proper acoustic material. So thank you very much, Sean, for providing that. Okay, so there's one other thing that might put a stop to our progress today, and that is these speakers. Because we've got a bit of rust on them, if you can see that. So really I ought to give that a coat of something to stop it going any further. I don't want to start grinding it off because it's all metal shards everywhere. We don't want that in a speaker. Yes, it's only surface. It's not on the back. Look, you can't see it. But yeah, I can't leave that. I'm gonna have to do something with that. So what have I got that I can paint on that? I don't know if I've got anything that's going to dry off quick enough to. Ideally, it wants to be sprayed on, probably something like hammerite. So let's have a look up in my stash of stuff here. Here we go. This is the stuff, silver grey. Protects against rust. Can you spray it over rust? Metal paint with rust protector. I think to do it I would have to mask that off, wouldn't I? I've got to be really careful because you can't stick anything to that. Yeah, it can spray directly onto rust. Several layers. Top coatable within 2 hours. After complete curing after 2 weeks. Oh, drying time. Dust dry after 30 to 60 minutes. Non-stick after 3 to 4 hours. Fully dried in 24 hours. So if I sprayed that on now, I'd have to wait 3 to 4 hours. So no, they're a funny shape. If I get an R707 speaker, so here's an R707 speaker. So they're the same. They're the same width, but they're not as long, Mike. You see that? Yeah, there you go. So that's a Dynatron one on the tops. Don't forget there's 2 of those in this radio. So what am I going to do? What am I going to do? What else have I got? What else have you got, Graham? Lots of different paints here, but it needs to be a rust-proofing paint. So I think that's going to be my my only option. So how the hell am I going to do this and be able to mask it off as well? Let's get rid of a bit of dust on them. Very fine artist paintbrush. Just trying to think how I'm going to mask that up. I'm going to need to probably just put a bit of cardboard in there that's exactly the right size. Just wedge it in and then spray it and leave it. Yes. What do you think? Spray it into the lid and paint on with a brush. Hammerite direct to rust. High cross bob. Yeah, I think George is probably right. The easiest way to save having to mess about masking it is to paint it on with a brush. Yeah, let me have a look here. What have I got? Okay. I'm going to go and take that into the garden then a minute. So I'm going to go and take that outside and I'm going to spray it into a plastic cup. And I'm going to paint those, and then we're going to need to leave them 3 to 4 hours to dry. Because it's got to be non-stick, because otherwise it's just going to stick to the timber inside, and whenever anyone tries to peel it off in the future, it'll just rip the timber off. So that's probably put paid to me actually getting that done today, which is a bit of a pain. So it probably means we'll... What else can I do? I've got to put the handle... Yeah, we can do some other bits to the radio anyway. It just means that I can't put it all back in the case today. Not to worry. Let me go do that a minute. Bear with me. I'll be back yet again. I could play some music, but it'll get copyright hitted. So I could play Radio 4 for you. Could play Radio 4 for you while I'm gone, but I know you don't like that. So I won't be long. Right. He's back. He's back. Doug. Doug's in. So I've got to clean my brushes off. This is good stuff. I picked this stuff up from Lidl's actually. Oops. Yes, from Lidl. So it's good stuff. You off, Sean? Cheers, mate. Has it been an hour already? Wow. Yeah. Afternoon, Doug. George talking poo? No way, Simon. I can't believe it. Can't believe it. I'm just going to clean my brush off. Oh, I'll tell you what, this ain't the sort of stuff you want to be having in your workroom, really. Phew, flip at that. Some good gear, that is. Whoa. So I painted that. It says 2 to 10 coats. Sorry, 2 to 10 minutes between thin coats. So I've just given it one thin coat, and then I waited a couple minutes, and then I just sprayed the edges. Right. Got on my hands as well. Oh, it says it's corrosive. It's corrosive, so don't put it on your hands, Graham. Don't put it in your hands, Graham. Word gullible turned up in conversation. I told Simon that it was the only word in common that isn't in the Oxford English Dictionary. Very good, Paul. These wipes are supposed to remove paint, so hopefully they'll remove the corrosive material from my hands as well. Comet? I can't see a comet. A house in the way. Guests arriving. How you doing, Doug? Comfort break. Yeah, they do some good stuff. I've actually got the paint on stuff of this in the shed. I just noticed it when I went to get that, so I could have saved myself a lot of hassle. I painted my my TK aerial brackets with this stuff, and it's held up really well. I sprayed them about probably 6 months before I put them up, and they're fine. They look like brand new still. I bet it is flammable. So there you go, I've painted that on, and we're looking at a few hours before I can actually put those speakers back in, which is a bit of a shame. I did want to get this all done and dusted and finished today, but not to be. So I better have some more beer to console myself. No, Mike, the paint is it's not hammered finish, it's a gloss, silver grey gloss. So those hammered finishes, they're okay depending on what you spray them on, but I prefer to have a smooth finish rather than like a hammered finish. And this can be sprayed directly onto rust. And as I say, I sprayed my allegedly galvanized TK brackets from my aerial, and it went over those no problem at all. It's a really durable finish as well. So yeah, definitely recommend that. As I say, I bought that from Lidl's a while ago. They do have it in still from time to time. It's one of their sort of current lines. So it's German. It says Holtz and Bautentech Baufix, and it's baufix-online.com if you want to look it up. So there you are. As I say, they do the paint on stuff, which I used for my brackets, and they do the thinners to go with it, so you can clean your brushes off, which is very nice of them. So what else can we do to this now? We've done the speaker grill, which I'm really pleased with. That's a job that I wasn't going to do, but I did. We can fit the other metalwork back on the case. What was I looking for there? The turntable that Sean very kindly gave us is here. So we can pop that on. See if I can find the screws. That's those little tiny ones, isn't it? Is it those? 2, 3. Right. Let's put these back in a minute out of the way. I notice these have got a bit of rust on them as well. Everything on this radio seems to have got a little bit of rust on it. Right, sleeve Aussie as well, yeah. Again, you do not want to be doing these up too tight because you will crack this. There we go. Back swiveling again. That's that done. Handle. So cleaned the handle up. That's the sides have been wire walled off. So they're all shiny. It said Danish oil on. It's not brilliant, this handle. It's had a fair bit of whacking. It's suffered a bit of beating, this handle, but not a lot I can do about that, unfortunately. This is one of them jobs where you need about 55 hands, isn't it? One side. I will probably go over this with one more coat of Danish oil. It's only really had 1 and a bit coats. One thing with these Atlantis radios is the finish on them is, I mean, the timber is very, very close grain. So it doesn't really soak anything up. Not like the Roberts radios that really soak it up. These don't. Polish out. Yeah, so our handle stops work now. That's the idea. Well, Mike. Cheers, mate. I'm on the wrong camera again, aren't I? Over here. Cheers, Mike. Thank you very much. He should be happy. I'm sure he will. As I say, there's not many of these about, and a lot of them that are there are not in very good nick. So, right, I can't really put the amplifier back in yet, can I? Is that going to get in the way of the speakers if I put that in? Yeah. Yeah, so that's going to get in the way of the speakers if I put that back in, so I can't do that. The top dial has all been cleaned and polished. Got some brand new knobs on there that I've made with my 3D printer. I've got to put the trim back around, but again, there's not really a lot of point in me doing that because I can't fit it back in because of the speakers. Again, I don't want to put the back door on yet because that really has got to go on last. This will give you an idea what it's likely to look like in the end anyway. Once it's all done and dusted. And there's the trims to go on the edges. They've all got to go on, but again. So yeah. That's pretty much what it's going to look like. But as I say, due to the speaker situation, that's about as far as we can go with it. But it's not perfect, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. So I think that is about all I can do with that today. But yes, as you can see, it's pretty much there. Look, it's not a lot left to do. Just those damn speakers. If it weren't for those, that would have been done today, and we would have been finished. Oh well. Oh well. Hi Michael, how are you? It won't pull because of this mat. It's against these ridges, mate. Plus I haven't lubed it yet. But that old one certainly wouldn't have done. Cool. Can you hear that? That one wouldn't even do one turn. Right. So let me put that one safely out of harm's way a minute, and then we'll decide on what we're going to do next. Okay. No, nothing to sort this one, Paul. I don't know if you can't see that very well, but I'll have the camera focus that close. You see there's a big chunk out the side. And it's not even, it's all twisted where all the ball bearings have come out of the race. So the ball bearings have actually physically come out of their races. You can hear one popped back in then. And also what's happened is, if you can see, if I catch the light right, you can see it split. It's a split. It's got 3 splits in it. They haven't gone quite through yet, but not a lot you can do with that. You need to break this rivet apart in the center here and pop it apart to do it. It's yeah, it's only good for the ball bearings. Right. Let's have a bit of a clear up then. So what should we do now? What should we do now? Do we just want to chat? Do we want to crack on and carry on with our Sony, perhaps? I think that's probably favourite. Let me get all these nuts and washers out of the way. I've still got this issue with this Lidl's drill charger that's driving me up the wall. With this QBPD component, which I cannot for the life of me find out what the hell it is. It's just a bit elusive. Let's have a bit of a clean up because this is really mucky. I've just got some leads here. I want to make up some test leads for my comms test set. That's the screws for the calculator. And the calculator is bizarre. That does work, but it needs the power supply to work it. It could be my batteries are duff, but I did try some brand new batteries in it which measured 3.4 volts. Put them in, tried it, it was still useless, pulled them back out again, and they were back down to about 2.8 volts. So whether it's drawing excessive current and draining the batteries prematurely, or it could still be rubbish batteries. It could still be rubbish batteries. Crack on with Dynatron. Dynatron? Dynatron. What are you on about, Andrew? Am I missing something? Sony. Gavin wants to have a look at the Sony. Well, we have got all the caps in now, thanks to Mr. Cody's himself, who sent me his stash. So, just quickly going on to this power supply. Just quickly talk about this for a second. What, charger, power supply, whatever you call it. It's a drill charger, really, isn't it? But it is a power supply. It's got a switch mode power supply in it. This is our Liddell Parkside drill charger, 12 volt lithium ion. So if you remember when we looked at this last, let me get in close. When we looked at this last, it needed a new MOSFET, which I've done. It's had a new MOSFET fitted. Underneath, now this was a bit of a journey. This was. So let me get something to point with. These are the 3 surface mount resistors. Where am I? That were burnt. So 3 2-ohm resistors. So you can see I've put brand new ones in there. Looks rather neat as well, if you don't ask me, but you know, I say so myself. So those 3 are all done. So put those 3 in. Put the MOSFET in. I thought I'll have a check around. And up here, if I can get the light to not shine on it. There we go. Up here we got a bridge rectifier with what was 4 surface mount 1N4007s. It's a surface mount version of a standard one. And one of these, this one here, was shorted. So replaced that one. Checked everything else out that I could. Thought, right, great, plug it in. Absolutely nothing. No charging light, no mains light, nothing at all. So I'm thinking it is this thing down here. Because that is fed directly off of these resistors into here, and then from here out into the rest of the circuit. So, or is it fed? It might be fed back down through that way, actually. I'm pretty sure this has had it, because when I looked at it under the microscope, there was a streak of burning coming out of there. What do you call it? I don't know what you call it, really. Just a bit of carbonization on the PCB. You couldn't really see it that well with the naked eye, but under the microscope you can. It hasn't affected the top of it, but I'm just wondering whether it's hit the bottom of that and burnt it out. So, you know, I'm pretty sure I've got to get that component, which is a bit of a shame, but there you are. Okay, bench microscope. Yeah, of course I can, Michael. I can show you my microscope. Let me just get another beer then, if we're doing microscopes. And incidentally, I found these the other day as well. Let's zoom back out because I'm in a bit close. So I'm still trying to find out what that QBPD thing is. Yeah, so I found my SMD tweezers for the peak. So if you've got a peak, these are available as an option. But when you're doing like SMD caps like this one, just allows you to go over the top and just go in and measure it, really. Just allows you to go in like that and measure SMD components. Really useful. So a nice little add-on to your peak ESR or LCR meter. Right, so yeah, let's just quickly look up this QBPD thing. Just put it in the video. Someone somewhere might know what it is. That's what I'd say. Q. Let me get me eye thingy on. Incidentally, I've got new glasses. I can see a lot better, I'll tell you. I've gone and got flux on it now, haven't I? Never do anything straightforward here, can we? QBPD. QBPD. Let's see. Q Barney McGrew, isn't it? All right. This is the problem. I'm on blimmin'. What's his name now, aren't I? Marking codes, SMD marking codes, QB. QBP, QBP. No. I'm just looking at the ultimate SMD marking codes database. Let's fade to that. You should be able to see that. So let me just double check that again. Let's get it the right way around and make sure I got it the right way up. Definitely QBPD. So we've got QBP, which says it's a linear voltage regulator. IC. QBPG, but no QBPD. Try this one. QBPD. QBP, sometimes the last character is the date code. It's not coming up with nothing for that either, you silly. So yeah, it does seem to be a bit of a mystery thing, this. I'm gonna have to revert to Google in a minute because this is pretty rubbish. No. Certainly it's a six-legged thing like this. AliExpress. No, it's not a 5-pin, it's a 6-pin. Yeah, it's a 6-pin. So AliExpress had that. I'm trying to think where it was. There was one person that actually had it. Is that the one? No. I mean, they might be the same. I mean, it's all saying it's a 6-pin power supply IC. They all look very similar. I haven't got a chat up. Let's just get a chat up. Hi, Regenta, how are you? Current PWM chip. I'm not sure, ZX. Is it? No, it's not an opto isolator, Mike. Does the gate of the MOSFET go to that chip? Which is the gate? I'm trying to think what MOSFET I put in there now. Does the gate of the MOSFET go to that chip? It does across a resistor as a 470 ohm resistor in line with the MOSFET and that chip. That answers your question. Was it ZX said that? Yeah, ZX. Yeah, and one of the other pins goes via that resistor array, or that resistor bank, to the other side of the chip. So yeah, it does ZX via a resistor. I'm just trying to see if, because there was somewhere that had it, and it had a couple different. This, I'll tell you what. For some reason, this keeps reverting to Yahoo. I don't know why. Search engine. Default browser. So that's default. Manage. Stop that. Manage search engines. So Google. Remove that from the list. Make that default. Okay. Was it QBPD? I'll tell you what, my memory is shocking, isn't it? Yeah, QBPD. There we go. Is that the one? No, that's the one there. Okay, so we've got a picture of one here, look. So it's this is what it's coming up with, and that is definitely the oh, it's not gonna let me zoom in, is it? Yeah, I don't know if you can see that or not, but that is definitely the chip with the same maker's mark on it, and it's saying it's a patch 6-foot power chip, JDV C96. Is that nano henries? So it's given a couple other different names for the chip. I've Google searched all of these. So if I pop that in there, just in case you're on mobile devices and you can't see it. I haven't spent hardly anything on it, Paul, to be honest. It's just a favour for a mate, you know, one of those jobs. It's a favour for a mate, and I'd like to get it. All it's cost me at the moment is 3 resistors and a MOSFET. And a fuse. 3 resistors, a MOSFET, and a fuse. And it's virtually new. It's a shame to throw it away, really, if it can be fixed for a stupid little component, you know? You're trying to multitask, Benji. It's a PWM chip, often current mode control. That was in settings, George. So it's the MOSFET driver. So anyway, that was my thing. So let's get back onto the bench then. I just thought I'd pop that out there again, just in case anybody. ZX sounds like he's on the track. Apologies, ZX. I keep calling you ZX. I can't remember. Was it Dave? I'm not sure. Apologies for that, Mr. ZX. But yeah, I would like to get that going, and I'm sure James would like to have it back. It's pretty cheap to go and buy another drill, I'm sure, to get another charger. But you know, it's all about trying to fix stuff in it rather than just chucking stuff away. Let's pop the case back on that one then for now. Put it back out of the way for another day. But I'm pretty sure I have checked that chip for shorts to ground. There's no short to ground on it, but that's pretty much all I can check. I can't check a lot else with it. So Michael wanted a quick look at the microscope, so we can do that for you. One thing I will say against this microscope is the cover is a load of rubbish. Absolute rubbish. As you can see, it's had its fair share of duct tape to keep it in place, but you do need to have one over it, really. And it's made by a company called Swift. I don't know if it's the same people as make the binoculars. But this is the one I decided to go for. I mean, it's not perfect for everybody, but all right, George, I'll have a look at that later. So let me see if I can find it. Did I buy this? I think I bought this on Amazon, or no, it was eBay. It was eBay. See if I can find you the listing. Am I picture in picture? Let's see. Yes, I am. Let me just get to the eBay listing then. Purchase history. Purchase history. Can we search the purchase history? Okay, no, we can't. I thought we could search the purchase history. What is the last 60 days? 2020. Bear with me, I'll just find the listing for this. a lot of this was the fact the USB scopes are way too close to your workpiece. This is the problem. Here we go. Here we go. It's gone up now. So there it is. Swift optical 10 to 20 times LED binocular stereo microscope boom arm and LED gooseneck. This is the exact one. This is that one that I've got. So it's 192.60 now. I mean, I paid 175 for it, I think, at the time. It's shot up for some reason, but if you do a search on it, you can possibly find them a bit cheaper. As there's one there for 176, but it's postage on it. That's a different brand again. Okay. All of this is general stuff that is pretty self-explanatory, really. It's doesn't tell you a lot about it on the advert, but that's the one I bought. That's Michael, wasn't it? Hi Andy, how are you? Andy Tobin. Mike's back. Michael Stevens. Yeah, it was Michael, wasn't it? So yeah, that's the one I bought, Michael. And this is it. I mean, it's I think the reason I bought it is because you've got to have something. This is fairly compact. Some of those big boom arm ones are huge. Let me just get rid of my picture in picture a minute. Some of those boom arm ones are huge. So this comes right out, locks in, undo that, put that up, and that's the working distance. That's the beauty of it. You've got loads of distance between whatever you're working on. So if I'm working on something like this, stick the lights down, pop it on, and that's perfect. I don't know if I can actually see. I've got to take my glasses off for this. Yes, I'm focused in on the board there now, and the distance of that. So you've got room basically to get in there now and do soldering. If you've got those USB ones, you're that far from it, so you can't get in and solder anything. So that's focused now on the board, and the distance is, it's about 22 centimeters, 220 mil, or if you're in Imperial, about 8.5 inches working distance. So it does make it a lot easier as well. I mean, really, I did this with the overhead camera the other day, but this particular job could have done with being with it, really. Been done with this. I mean, it comes with extra eyepieces. These are 10 by 20. It comes with some other ones, but to be honest, the field of view gets so narrow, it's absolutely a waste of time. It really is a waste of time. It's a really narrow field of view. You need a lot more light. I suppose if you absolutely needed to see something up that close, you could put them in, but as I say, they're not very good. Stick with these. There's no zoom on it, so you can't. There's no adjustable eyepiece on it. Or optical lens. It's a fixed 1 times. So the more expensive ones, you've got zoom, you've got arms on them, you've got zoom eyepieces, much better. But really, it depends what you're doing. This is a couple £100. If you want one of those, you're spending 500-600 quid. So there you go, Michael. Hopefully that has answered your question. Hopefully. Scott, how are you? You got the same kit, have you? Yeah, the 20 times are absolutely terrible. Michael Stevens has disappeared now. I've shown him that, has he? Michael, are you still there? Yeah, it is. Hi, Robert. So, Mike, we nearly finished the Atlantis, but unfortunately, the speakers were a bit rusty on one side, so I've had to paint them to cure the rust. So we were nearly there, Mike. Very nearly there. It nearly got put back together and finished, but speaker stopped play. So there you go. Let's just get that back out of the way, because I won't use it for this, although it would be better to use it for doing this job. But so yeah, apart from the cover, that's been a really useful bit of kit. Let's get that back out of the way. So, back to the Sony, I suppose. Yeah, I put them on once, Scott, just to try it, and it was absolutely rubbish. But in today's environments, with the miniature stuff we've got to work on, it's pretty crucial. It doesn't look like we did a lot of these last time. So I marked all the ones that I did, but we ran out, didn't we? That was the dilemma. The amiscopes are very nice, Michael. That was what I was looking at originally, but they just take up so much bench space as well. This one's fairly compact. So if you've got a big bench and you've got somewhere, even if you've got one of those ones that you can have the articulating arm, then go for that, definite. And the camera port would be very nice. Right. So this is the one that we started to recap. The capacitors in it were absolutely appalling. Especially the 22 microfarads, they've gone really high. So I'd got through and I'd done, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I did 7 of the caps, so I've still got about 15 left to go. We can have a look at it with this we can have a look at some of these in circuit. Now I've found my SMD clips. So if we just unclip those, clip this on, I now have tweakers, no tweezers. Now I know they're in circuit, so we can't really be 100% sure, but if you have got one of these ESR meters, then this is a nice little accessory to pick up. So let's stick me back on here now. No, no, I didn't want that. I wanted that. There we go. So let's try it then. So I think this one was dodgy. This is 10 microfarads. Okay, so that one had really high ESR of 9. So I'd put a cross on that one. I think that was the only one that had to be changed. Although I'm going to do them all anyway. So that one says it's in circuit, which it is, but it's still showing a high ESR, 47. And that one. 2.6, probably alright. 254, no, that's supposed to be 47. Hey? Says it's in circuit leaky now. 100. So they've all got fairly high ESR, but I think when we measured the new ones, I can't get into those two. No, can't get into that one. Can get into that one. So they've all seemed to have an ESR of around 2 point something. 3. Oh, hello. That one's over 40 ESR. Yeah, he's got to go. So you get the gist. It's quite a nice little add-on. Just lets you check some of the SMD components as well. SMD tweezers. So let's get some beer underway because it's time. Time for a beer. Let's go up to Yorkshire again, shall we? Let's go up to Yorkshire and have a bit of Old Peculiar. How are you, Regenda? Could you explain what exactly is the problem at the moment with the Sony 7600? It needs a recap is the problem. Because a lot of the caps have had it. I'm trying to think, it wouldn't power on, and when we did get it to power on, it had a garbled display, and it looked like there was a power supply issue, but basically a lot of the 22 microfarad caps have gone really high ESR, Regendra. No, it is fixed, Scott, isn't it? You can't really do a lot else with it. A Stein. It's me, Radiocruncher beer tankard, look. Christmas presents from Mrs. Cruncher. Radiocruncher beer. Proper pewter tankard, look. Serious stuff, Andy. Cheers, everybody. Right, so let's crack on and play with this for a bit. As I say, I am going to finish a bit earlier today, people. Apologies if you're looking for a long one, but we really do need to get off fairly early today. We're going to be doing a barbecue in a bit, so that's the plan. So I think we'll carry on and do these. I know Aston was saying that you've got to be careful. You can't twist these off the board like I do with the other Sonys because the boards are fairly fragile apparently. So it's just a case of heating the soldering up hot, getting some flux in there and just lifting them off basically.
So let's get a bit more light on the subject. I've got me goggles on now. I think what we're going to do, Regenda, the idea is, because these are notorious for the caps going bad anyway, we're going to recap it and take it from there. If it's still got a fault, then we can start going through it and measuring it. Like you say, it's really well marked, this board. It's beautifully laid out. And I wouldn't say it'd be easy to fault find, but it's going to be easier than a lot. It's almost like you don't need a service manual for it, isn't it? But we have got a service manual. So yeah, we've certainly got some issues with some of these electrolytic SMD caps. Right, I did have all the caps out here that I needed, but what's the betting that I've put them all back away again? I think I have. I think I tidied them all up. Okay. I've certainly got some of them here anyway to be getting on with. Which ones have we got here? These are 100 microfarads. I believe these are 6.3 volts. So we've certainly got 1, 2, 3 of those to do. Let's see if I can get you in then with the overhead camera. Derek, thank you very much, Derek. I'm not going to measure the voltages, Regenda, because I pulled it all apart. So, something I should have done, really. I thought you were in last time I looked at this as well. I might be wrong. Okay, so there's our first victim. Look, 100 microfarads, 6 volts. Let's see if I can get them off in one piece again. What's my temperature set to? 360. Let's pop it up a bit more than that. So I believe this is lead-free solder. So God, lovely neighbours have come back and decided to stick the lawnmower on now. Ah, dear. Oh well. Unfortunately, you can't pick your neighbours, people, can you? So what I think I'll do is, same as last time, I'll just run a fresh bit of solder in there. And then try and lift it. Yeah, smells fishy. It smells fishy. Excuse me, I'm going to have to turn it around. So I've lifted up one side.
Here we are. And once again, I didn't check which way round that was. Can anybody remember which way round it was? Oh dear. I do that every time, don't I? Anyway, it's some. Cheers, Mike. Has Mrs. Cruncher a bag of sweeties? Just going to lift this soda off. Get rid of the old flux. Positive to chip. Positive to chip. Cheers, George. I think still a couple left of these, so let's use these two first. Oh, steady. Let's take that one off to one side, we'll measure that in a minute. 106. 106.3 with a slightly smaller. Look at my other ones. Yeah, oh well. Slightly smaller, right, let's get the tweezers. Yeah, they'll fit easy enough. Right, okay. Just tin that then. Flux on there. So I'm using leaded solder now, not unleaded. Okay, so it's slid over slightly. Let's see if we can heat it up and move it back a bit. There we go. Done. Let's get the other side. Right, so I'm just going to touch it up with a bit of flux. Makes it look a bit neater. There we are. One down. You can't see that, can you? So we've just done that one there, look. Let's get my marker pen again. Just put a little mark on that. Just so as we know that that one's definitely done. Right, where was the other one? Down here. That's the next victim. It'd be better to do that one next week. It doesn't really matter. So it's negative to the left this time, Graham. Negative to the left. So do the same again, see if we can get this lifted. A bit more difficult now because we've got another cap in the way. Okay, piece enough. Now we're struggling to get in there. Gonna have to put a thinner tip on. Let's go with this one. So not a lot of difference, but I think this was 0.8 and this was 0.2, something like that. This one's going to be tricky to get off actually. Can just about get in there with a soldering iron. There she comes. It's looking a bit blobby there. Get rid of that blob of soda. Have I lifted that pad? No. Let's make sure that is still connected. Yeah. Right, it's going to be a tricky one to solder that, isn't it? Let's get that 47 off as well while I'm at it. Make it a little bit easier to get into.
Okay. Right. Trying to think what's going to be easier here because I'm going to have difficulties. So let's do this. Do it that way. Let's dump a load of flux on it. So they certainly absorb a hell of a lot of heat, these capacitors. He's on there. Just get rid of some of the excess solder on that side. Excellent. Good. Let's make sure we haven't lost that track. Good. Right, what was that other one I took off? A 47, wasn't it? 47 at 16 volts. There we go. This is from Paul's stash, so thank you very much, Paul. So we're moving to the next one. Moving on. If anybody's got any better ideas of soldering these, I'm always happy to hear. Thanks, Mike. No, it's the neighbours. It's because Mrs. Cruncher sat outside, see, so they decided they're going to go and mow the lawn now. It's nice of a minute. I don't know whether it's worth trying to solder one without tinning the board first. It does look big, that one, doesn't it? Wonder how we get on with that. Just as a bit of an experiment.
seemed to go. It seemed to go. Let's, come on. Can never really get nice flat joints. It's almost like I put too much solder on, but I haven't. Got a bridge there now. Let's got rid of that. That's that one done. So these other two next then, same orientation. It's like a 47 and 100 again. So again, they're really tight. It's the same orientation as the total opposite side of the other chip. Pull the 47 off first, get them out of the way. And get underneath them. I do like snapping them off the board, to be fair, and that's my preferred method. Snap them off. Do the other way around this time, because that was difficult last time. Come on. Cool, fishy. Phew. There we go. 4 pads. A bit of a clean off actually, because they're a bit mucky, those. A bit too much. I got a bit flux happy there. Got a bit too flux happy. So my multimeter out of the way. I'm starting to get backed up on the workbench here again. How are we doing now? Sorry, I've not been looking at the chat again here. Most rude of me. Hope you're keeping yourselves amused. So, I'm not sure which way to go. Should I do the same as I did just now, or is it better to run a blob of solder on that first? That was pretty easy to drop on actually, so I'm going to just go with a bit of solder on there first. Do the same with that leg there. Let's get the leg motor and just drop the cap on him. No, that wasn't very good, was it? It's better. Oh, very blobby. Blobby. Very blobby. This is a problem. When I'm doing this stuff, I've got the magnifiers on. I can't see the text. Hi, Nigel, how are you? You like the picture? Brilliant. Okay, that's gone. Let's put a bit more flux on the other side because that's got a bit of a big solder blob on it. Doesn't need to be that big. So just take a bit of that off. It's just no need. No need. Don't look like I've got enough on there now. I've taken too much off. Dear, dear. Fine. Right, let's find another 47. Join head here. These tweezers are pretty good with the like flat ends on them. Good for these capacitors anyway, for sure. Mike, oh cheers, mate. Got a date with a Tamberg TP41 Bluetooth adapter. Well, keep us posted on that, Mike. Always up for future-proofing stuff, mate. So. Thanks very much, Mike, today. So this is classic. Need for a slightly bigger soldering arm because that's on the negative, on the ground plane there. and it's taken the heat off the soldering iron. So let's put the bigger tip back in. I'll find my tweezers for changing tips. In fact, I might put the chisel tip in. That'll do it. That'll do it. Ooh. Let's mute that chat a minute because that's starting to get annoying again as people are sending me messages. George in the chat, let's mute that. It is really good, isn't it? So I've now got, I'm back to standard sort of chisel tip now. It's got a better mass on it, especially for something like this where the where it's right on a ground plane. And although these boards look small, you'd be surprised how much heat that ground plane will soak up. You can see it's some ground because it's a large pad. Right. So I need to swap hands really. Excuse me. Oh, a mouthful of soda fumes then. So now when I go in there, it should heat it for quite some time, hopefully that's the plan. Trouble is now the iron's too big. It's on there, but I'm too close now. I'm too close now. So I've got to change the tip again. Because I can't get in there with this tip because it's too big. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh, excuse me. That's one criticism is the actual slots for putting the tips in are really too small. I need to get one of those like little rotary holders for them. So you can get like a rotary thing to put all your tips in. I think that's what I need to do. Oh, you can't see where I am now, can you? So I'm on this one here. This is the one. So it's just slid a little bit too close to the other one. So I'm just trying to get an iron in there. It moved just as I lifted the soldering iron off of it. To move it. It's not going to move now, is it? I mean, it is on there. Am I being fussy for no reason? Probably. Yeah, I'm going to change that cap because that had probably a bit too much heat on it now. Let's scrap that one. We were talking about this last night actually when we had our little group chat about different soldering iron tips for different jobs. And on a ground plane, this soldering iron tip is not really got enough thermal mass. It's sort of wetting it, but as soon as I add the capacitor to it, it just goes off straight away. So what I think I'll do is I'll do it the other way around this time. I'll tin this one
No, no I won't. I've got to do that one first. But let's go a slightly smaller tip. Right, going in with a different tip again. Going with this one this time. So it's still a chisel tip, but it's a fair bit smaller. I need another beer, I think. Make a holder out of wood and a Roberts spinny turntable. Hi, Barry. Right, so I'm going to go with this tip now. I don't know whether these caps are pre-tinned, you know, with lead-free. It might be that's causing it to be a bit of a pain at times. Still with me, aren't you? Yeah, I'm just a little bit too close. We're looking at this one here now. Okay. Better. Let's tack the other side. Okay, that's got it. The light on. Yeah, helps a little bit. Right, so I just want to just heat this so I don't need to add any more solder. There's enough solder on it to sink a battleship. So I just want to put a bit of pressure on just to make sure that this one is flush to the board. Which it is. There we go. Well, that was a bit tricky, that one. But done. Getting there. How are we doing? 4 o'clock. Doing good. Beer's going down well. I think that's the right tip now. We'll stick to that one for now if I can get it in there. The problem is sometimes you just physically can't get the tip in there. No comments, please. Dear, oh dear. So I'm just putting a little pink mark on the ones that I've done. So we got a couple 47 6 volts there. So let's go with this one first. This flux. This flux is all very well, but it's a pig to get back off again. Would anyone put this board into an ultrasonic cleaner? Or dishwasher?
don't like this. I'd rather rip them off the board, to be honest. I think this way just puts too much heat on them. Seem to be coming off without any damage to the board, so it's the important thing. I didn't look at the flipping way around that one again. Oh dear, oh dear. I keep forgetting that. Good film, Rush. Story of James Hunt, really, wasn't it? Rush, I think, if I'm right. The James Hunt and Nicky Lauda story, isn't it? In fact, we went to the cinema and saw that, myself and Mrs. Cruncher, when it first came out. Both big fans of that. Formula One. Right. I don't know where my Sony went. Just trying to find my Sony schematic a minute. It's in here somewhere. A lot of vehicle movement. Ah, I can't find it. It's getting warm up here again. It's getting warm up here again, people. Let's get rid of my picture-in-picture. I'm just trying to find my Sony manual here. How are we doing? It's out here somewhere. I still haven't got used to the file system on this blimmin' Windows malarkey. I use iMac for nearly everything. I don't use Windows. Only use Windows for this. It's ridiculous. It doesn't even want to show me my history. That manage history. I just want to see it. I don't want to manage it. What have I done with that then? I put it somewhere. My computer's on a dead go slow now. It literally is crawling. So I think I got it from Electrotanya, didn't I? I need to get this up, really. I think Paul sent me a really good one as well. Yeah, that's the wrong one. Hi, Kuldeep Jai. Afternoon, Kuldeep. How are you? Cheers, Gavin. Catch you soon, mate. Got to write some questions for a Zoom quiz. No worries, Gavin. It's unlikely I'm going to get it done today, but I'm going to crack on and get as many as I can done. See, for some reason my messages all froze up. Aston, I don't know if Aston knows we're live. Does he know we're on a live stream? He sent some photos for us. He did send me a picture of these, didn't he? Cheers, Aston. Got that, mate? And welcome. I don't know if you were in earlier, Aston, or not, but I know you sent me a picture of this, and I saved it, but my stuff seems to be all over the shop here. If it was the Mac, I could get it straight away, no problem at all. But because this is a PC, it's a blooming nightmare to try and find stuff. Save pictures, screenshots, interactive. Documents. So I've downloaded the manual on here somewhere for this radio, but if I can find it. Oh dear, I got look, Donkey Kong, Kung Fu Master, Zaxxon, I've got all of those, I know where they are. Can I find my manual for the 7600? Can I out? Here we go. Here we go, I found it. Which one is it though? Because I got 4 on here. Come on, please open. Please open. This is not the good one. It's readable. I just want the board layout really. Right, which way round am I on? That way round. So I'm down the bottom there, above where it says 3 volt. Yeah, okay. It's positive upwards. So 47 at 6 volts. 47 at 6 volts I need. $16, put those back.
10 at 16, need one of those in a minute. 100 of those. 6.8. 4.735 volts. Okay. Do with anybody got any ideas on how best to store these SMD caps? Because to be honest, they're a pain in the neck. They get everywhere, and I've just got to keep them in big bags like this all the time. Let's get back to my screen. Yes, so I'm having to keep them in bags like this. So there must be an easier way, unless you've literally got to pull them all out of the packaging to put them in little containers. I don't know, but I find it quite useful to keep them like that. Right. So I'm just looking for a 4.7. That's 6 volts. I did pull all of these out, but I've put them all away again because I was tidying up, so it's my own fault, isn't it? Bear with me while I just find some 4.7s at 16 volts. Could be a while. 470. One. 6.8, 470. 470, 6.8. Okay. And still we carry on. So none of those. I've got them out here somewhere. I know I have, because I pulled them all out to do it the other day, and then I got waylaid and went on to something else. So don't worry. They are here somewhere. Where? Nobody knows, but they are here somewhere. So I've got some in here, 47, 6.3 volts. Shall I use them? Yes, I'll use these. I'll use these. I want to try and keep this separate because this is a kit that I had for a Pro 80 or Pro 70. It's my fault for not getting round to tidying all this up. Anyway, I've got one. So let's get back onto the overhead camera. Where are we? We're not there, we're right up here. Ooh, there we are. That's where we are. That's where it is. That's where it is. Right, just get this one in. And I've put me glasses down now, am I? Just have a look through my glasses. It might be better to not to use the glasses. Oh dear. Let's get me chat up again. I've lost my chat. Re-up to the cap layout on Facebook. Cheers, Aston. Thanks, mate. I should have. I did print that out somewhere. Recharge Cardew, please. Not sure what you mean there, Kuldeep. Yeah, I've got some of those, Michael. I've got a load of those, but they're a bit too small for some of the bigger caps, and they don't hold a lot. I have got some of those, but I'll find them in a minute and show you. But I suppose I've just got to literally go around and take all of them out of their packaging. What I was trying to say is it's quite handy to keep them in these packages, because you literally just peel one back and drop it out, and there you are. You've got not loads of them. It's quite nice, and it keeps them sealed as well. That's, you know, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, that's not bad, but it's not brilliant. I can see it now. I've got my my magnifying glasses on. Just see if we can slide that up a little bit. Not a lot. Come on. There we go. It's better. That's better. It's a fiddly little job, isn't it? Fiddly old job. Okay. Let's give them a little touch up with a fresh bit of flux. That should be good to go. Yep, good. Right, okay. Let's give that one a mark. Done. So we've got another one exactly the same there. Moving these caps out of the way. That one's really in tight to a cap there. So, blobby, blobby, blobby. Right. So we're on this one, yeah, you can see that. Let's go this way first, that's the hardest.
Right, just get rid of that old solder. What you tend to find with these is the more of them you do, the easier they get. Some people like Brett won't agree with me there, but it is true. The more of them you do, the easier it does get. There we go, that's that one done. Another 47 at 6 volts bites the dust. Right, now this one is marked as particularly bad. 10 microfarad at 16 volts. Let's find that. I have got those here somewhere. You like your Arco Mills small parts cabinets with the drawers. Cheers, Andy. Catch you soon, mate. Right, so these are 10 at 16 volts. So we're up at the top here now. We're doing this one here. I'll come back into the picture. Not that you want to see me really, but I'm sure I could just cut these off, you know, or twist them. But I did promise I wouldn't, so I'm not going to. It is my radio. So I might rip a couple as an experiment. What do you think? Aston said, no rippy. No ripper rip. No cruncher ripper. Ripper cruncher. Oh, that's some ground plane there, that. Whoa. Oh, dear. Yeah, that's hell of a ground plane there. I take it this switch casing might be soaking that up as well. Come on. Come on, little capacitor. Come on. Out you come. There you are. Good boy. Stay. Don't worry, I'm talking to myself. I'm talking to capacitors now. Looks a bit mucky. Let's just clean that up a bit. Right, that's going to be fun to solder to. Tell you what, these tweezers are hellish useful. Really useful for these. A straight one's no good, they just ping off everywhere. But those, just the job. Be careful, don't burn that tuning cap there. Let's put a little bit of fresh flux on that and give it another squirt with a soldering iron. I say the bent tip does help as well, because you can sort of get in at much better angles. Would recommend a bent tip for you. I got the iron set fairly hot because of the ground planes, and I got it set at 370. Just back from a Mercy mission. Wife went shopping and forgot her purse. Right, these are really tight into this ceramic filter. Can be done though by the looks of it. Just trying to see one that's out in the open a bit that we could have a good old snappy snap twister type jobby on it. I probably should have done that one really, because that would have been an ideal candidate. Just to see. Sounds like Mrs. Cruncher's running a swimming pool out there. You took the chlorine thing out. You took the chlorine thing out the top bit. Unscrew it, just twist it, it'll come off. I wonder what the noise was. Mrs. Cruncher's gone in the hot tub without me, look. God dear. The sacrifice. Right. Okay. I wonder what that noise was as well. So what are these? These are 4.7s. So going on a cap hunt again. .735 volt. Yes, I believe so. Let's have a quick look, because Aston has very kindly popped that picture on again for me. I noticed on that picture as well, Aston, it says two 4.7s at 16 volts, but on the board they're 35. And I think you actually marked it up on the thing as 35. Which is these two here. So that's the ones that we're doing next. That's the ones that I'd have liked to have twisted off if I could, but they're really in tight to this, so I can't really. Okay, so let's see where we are. What am I on here? Okay, so it's these two here by this filter, 4.7, 35 volts. That's the next two for removal. And these are really tight to get into. I'll see if I can get in with this tip. If not, I'm going to have to swap to the smaller one. Hopefully they're not on a massive ground plane, but I bet they are. There. I gave that one some stick. I'm not taking any prisoners with this one. You didn't like that? There we go. Off. Looked easy, didn't it? It's not. It's not really. But, you know, if I can do it, you lot can. Oh, that's a ground plane, and yeah, that's a big ground plane. How are we doing then, people? How are we doing? Are we enjoying it, or are you bored stupid? You bored senseless? Hi Ganesh, how are you? I've done two of the 40. Now these are 4.7, Aston. These are the 4.7s. Or am I getting confused? I'm probably getting confused, Aston. I'm easily confused. Easily confused, easily led. So, two of these. Put them back. I think I bought a load of those little SMD compartment storage things, the modular clip together ones from China. I've had them for quite some time, and I have started using them. I'll dig them out and show you in a minute, because they are really useful. But I quite like keeping them in those little strips, but I suppose I should just pull them all out and drop them in. It'd be easier, wouldn't it? Just they're airtight, aren't they? I don't know, I just quite like that. Right. Hey, Stuart, Buzz, how you doing, mate? Not seen you for a while. Hope you're alright, mate. Hope you're white. You're white? You white? So I think we'll do this one first, because this is going to be the hardest one to solder, because we've got a whacking great ground plane on it again. Let's just get rid of the flux on my tweezers. That's one of the things with the tweezers. If you use them a lot, you tend to get loads of flux on them. So just a bit of isopropyl every so often. Let's get the flux off. Components don't stick to them then. So around the other way. This one. So I'm expecting a new grandchild any day. It's actually overdue. It was due, I believe, Tuesday. I think it was Tuesday. So we're expecting a phone call at any stage to say we have a new arrival. So there you go. Well, I think what I probably need to do is just turn this board around this way so I can actually see what I'm doing with this one. See if you can see that okay. So we are there. Yeah, that's better. I can get at that better now. My chat back up. Complain to Royal Fat Tony. Hey Tony, how you doing, mate? We've missed you, Tony. Oh my, that's a big old ground plane, that is. That's a big old ground plane, that one. That sucked the bejesus clean out of my iron. I wonder if this one will fit in there. See, this is exactly the same size tip. But can you see the difference in the top of the soldering iron? I mean, this has got a huge thermal mass, this one. It's a lovely tip, but the problem is you can't get it in. I mean, I can get it in there, but this one you can get in a lot easier. This would be the ideal tip, really, but as you can see, you can't. I can get in there, but I don't think once I've got the soldering iron on that I'll be able to get in there. It's just a shame, because that would be just the job, that one. So it's all very well having the tips, etc., but if they won't fit, then you can't use them. Right. Let's see if we can get this one soldered. I'm going to have to go swap hands again. It does help being able to use both hands doing this sort of work. Now, what's the best way to do this? The best way is probably going to be the iron that way up, in like that. Not having none of it. I don't want none of it, that. I've got to be careful I don't burn this ceramic filter as well. So let's see if I can get that down on the board a bit better. It is tacked there, but it's not flush with the board. I'm going to have to go up a bit higher in temperature, I think, because that's a hellish ground plane, that. will not go in that, no. I think I'm going to have to use... I'm going to have to swap to that big big tip, I think. See if I can do it with that one. I'm not convinced because there's not a lot of clearance there. I will be able to heat the ground plane with it, I suppose. Is that a big enough tip, Rudy? SMD tip, look. God, Tony! Release you from the naughty corner, of course, mate. Thank you, Tony. You're always welcome, mate, whenever you can get here. You know, sometimes I can't get here, you know? And then you're going to have to talk amongst yourselves. Right, so let's try this one. This should look... Oh, yeah, no problem with that one. So let's see if I can get it in there now. Hang on, I've just lost sight of it. That's that one. Oh! Christ, where did that one go? It's gone! It's gone! It's out of there! I think I was leaning on that one a little bit too hard with the tweezers, I think. That one's flung off into tomorrow. Where on earth did that go? Oh well. Next. Just can't physically get in there with the soldering iron. This is the problem. Bend these filters up a little bit, give me a bit more of a chance. Hopefully you can still see what I'm up to. Where are we? Down here. There we go. I'll let you see me struggle as well. Might as well all struggle together, won't we, really? So I've made myself a bit of room now. Ugh. Just going at it too hard with the tweezers. Oh, he's only got it. I'll tell you what, that was tough. That was a tough one. Now, am I straight? Doesn't look it, but yes I am. Well, that's definitely the hardest one yet. No, I can't get in there with that tip now. I'm going to have to change tips to do the other one. So there you go. Just goes to show, doesn't it, that even though it's SMD, it's amazing how much heat one of those boards can dissipate, really. Because I mean, I'm up to 380 now. 380 degrees or 390? 380. And it's sunk that away, no problem at all. Absolutely no problem. Willie Wobbett's whiskers. What? Wadwick, the Wobber. We're not taking the mick out of people with speech empowerments, are we? Come on. Be nice. Good. Right, okay. And this is the ground plane for this one. Hopefully we won't have the same trouble. So you don't have to break out the big guns again. Right, obviously I pinged that other capacitor into next week, so let's get another one. I'll probably end up with that embedded in the sole of my foot, won't I? Well, I've certainly got that one covered in flux, literally. Right, let's come around again. Spinning around. Where she goes, nobody knows. There we are. Right. Oh, textbook, that one. Textbook. Well, maybe not. Better. There he is. Done. They were tricky. Very tricky. So you needed a lot of flux on those. So my ceramic filters are all okay. We get in there. We'll get in there. It's not going to be... Well, I think we might finish recapping it today, but we're not certainly not going to be firing it up today. So, right, where are we? This one next. And what delights is this one? This is a 47 at 6 volts again. It's one of these, I believe. Yeah, 47 6.3. Well, this one is on two very big ground planes, so this could be a candidate for Twisty Twisty. I think we're going to have a go at Twisty on this one. Shall we? The mods started it, did they, George? Let's see. You can't get the staff. Right, I'm going. Shall we go for some Nipex action? Whoa, let's go in with the Nipex. 1000-volt killer. Twisty. I know what you're saying, Aston. Bad toad, Graham, don't do it. Naughty. Bad toad. See, look at that. What's wrong with that? Did you see that? Did you see what I did then? Animal, I know. Let's move these off. Yeah, I hope you had your eyes closed there, Aston. So we did a snappy there. The only disadvantage, as far as I can see on that, is that I can't test that cap now because I've snapped him clean off that. He has no legs. He's legless. He's legless. But you know, came off clean. Oh, hello, is that my incredible? That's my incredible floating pinging cap I've just found. That. Oh well. Use that one for another one in a minute. Right. You're hiding behind the sofa. Yeah. Yeah, don't let the powers to be at Sony see that, Aston. I'll be banished. Right. So that's going to go that away. Get off. Oh dear. Oh, that was going so well as well. I had it just right then, and then I moved it. Always the same. The more you fiddle with these things, the worse they get sometimes. Got it. It's very close to those two inductors. Very close. Got it though. It's done. There you go, a rip-off ski. We call that one a rip-off ski. A rip-off ski. I'm having so much fun, I'm tempted to rip another one. Because it's a damn sight easier than... I think it's riskier trying to walk them off, you know, to be honest. So 47 at 6 volts again. Close your eyes, Aston. She's coming off. Not a clean one. He's off. Close your eyes, Aston. Nothing to see. Nothing to see. glued with this gunk on here as well. Look. But absolutely no damage to the track, so naughty cruncher, bad cruncher. Is this Sony no like you? God knows what I'm going on about now. He must be getting on a bit. It's getting a bit delirious. Right, so we've got this horrible bit of this, whatever it is, nastiness here. This glue that they use. Be careful, I don't want to cut the track. It's right where I'm trying to solder to. There we go. Let's catch up with the chat a minute. I've not seen what you guys have been saying beyond my back, so let's have a quick look. If you twist them, you can't play capacitor roulette later. I know, Doug. Easier to desolder them. She just fainted. That's just fainted. Brilliant. Right. Another 47. At 6.3. Just those two. It's certainly not easier to desolder them, Benji. I think because you've got to like walk them off the board, you risk ripping a pad off by prising them upwards. That's my humble opinion. But you know, I know nothing. This one's going to be tough to solder. Difficult to get the soldering iron in again. So that one is negative facing the cap. That way round. I've got more flux on my tweezers. So I think I'm going to have to slide that one in. Pardon me. Sliding in from the side, I think. Going to have to slide in from the side, this one. Got them. Just. And that's really difficult. I think I'm going to have to... just be thankful that that one's caught rather than mess with it, to be fair, because I can't... just about get the iron in there just to double check. It's really tight, that one. I think he's good though. I'm on the wrong cap. Let's do the right one. Yeah. Good. The other one bites the dust. I think we've only got 4 or 5 left to go. What's it now? 5:30 is my cut-off time, people. 5:30, that's what we've got to play with. So 47 at 6 volts. Again, these are popular. 47 at 6 volts. That one looks a little bit mucky, actually. I think we've got a corroded leg on that one, so we're not going to do a rip-off ski on that one. No rip-off ski on that one, people. That's this one here. You see that leg there is not very shiny. It's quite dull. The other side looks okay, but that one's not good. So it could be that that one's got a bit of leakage on it. So let's put a bit of leaded in there. And there. See if we can get that little monkey off the board. Yeah, it's quite a big ground plane over this side by the looks of it. Come on. See, I've got the iron on that and he's barely moving. Oh dear. He's coming though. He's a coming. There she blows. That's running out of these. Just going to give that one a bit of a clean up because it looked a bit corroded. Pad looks fine actually, it doesn't look like there's any physical corrosion there. Might take this one off as well actually, it'll make it soldering easier. It's the same value. 47 at 6 volts. All 3 of these are 47 at 6 volts. See, they won't lift. Oh dear. He won't lift. It's coming off. Step away. Turn away. He's only gone and ripped it again. Oops, I ripped it again. No, I can't sing. See, if you look at my solder there, it didn't really run into the joint, did it, at all? Naughty Graham, bad toad. Bad cruncher. Naughty. Bad old cruncho. Just put a normal, actually there's a normal flux on that there. Solder even. So we've got another 47 6 volts there, so let's get that one off as well at the same time, shall we? Can I get in there to desolder that one? Not very wow. Don't think I can even get in there to walk that one off. I'll try not to rip this one. Let me try not to rip this one. I can't guarantee it, but I'll try. Looking awkward. See, I'm having to put quite a lot of pressure on that. I don't think that's right, really. I think the Rip-Off-Ski method is best. Operation Rip-Off-Ski. God, it won't come off that. I put a hellish amount of heat on that and it will not come off. Well, he did in the end. So all I'm doing here is tinning it and then taking it back off again, just so as I'm working with leaded solder, not lead free. So there's 1, 2, 3, and there's another exactly the same. They're all 47 6.3. So let's get them all off. Let's get them all off. There's another poor one there. Look, he's just waiting. He's saying, "No, no, don't snap me. Don't snap me off. I want to be desoldered." You're not. You're coming off. There, get off. Bad toad. Oh no! Oh no! My legs! My legs are gone! My legs are gone! Oh dear. So yeah, they're not very robust, these caps. That's why you can cut them off like this. But some people like to cut them off. I prefer to twist them off. But it puts a lot less heat into the board than it does if you're trying to walk them off like I was doing those other ones. Oh, we've got a big ground plane again there, look. Problem there. Let's just tin them with a bit of leaded. So you didn't know that these caps could talk, did you? No, Graham, don't do it, don't do it. Right, we've got 4 to do then. I've committed now and I've got 15 minutes left, look. The clock's on me.
the clock is on me. I've got a load of these 47s somewhere, but you know. Let's catch up with the chat, see what's going on. Shares in a flux factory, I have. I gotta love a bit of flux, Aston. I got flux to burn. Ground plane last. The little pad at least stands a bit of a chance. What do you mean sold to the ground plane last, Aston? I'm not with you. Right. Let's get these caps tacked on here. Tacking on. So, this one's going to be tricky to do, I know. Let's go up a little bit. Just get the drink situation sorted, because alcohol obviously helps. Do all of this. Actually, what I'll do is, because I've got all 4 off there, I'm going to just go over all of them with the isopropyl cleanup. So we've got no broken pads, no damaged pads, nothing there really. So say, if you want to try that method, that's entirely up to you. As I say, this is my board. Would I be doing it on a customer's board? Yeah, it might be actually, because it did seem to help. I do feel a bit more confident doing it like that. The odds are good for you winning the Sony giveaway, Paul. Oh, I see. Okay, what you're saying is when you're unsoldering them, heat the positive and bend it into the ground plane. Okay, with you there, Aston. It's one to try if we do it properly. If right, okay, let's have a look. See what you're looking at. Let's get you in the picture, so to speak. So, have we got more there? Yeah, you can see them all there, I think. It's fairly good. I might have to turn that one around to do it, although there's no easy way of doing this one. This one's a bit of a pig, actually. So let's get the flux factory in the scene. It's 10, one of each. Go with that one. That one. That one. That one. Okay. Just reflux those. Good for flux. Flux is in the house. Oh dear. Tea's ready, Tony. Technical issue by my apprentice. Alright, Tony, catch you in a minute, mate. As I say, I'm going to stop here. 10 minutes, mate. 10 minutes and counting. It's Flux Mountain. Broke Flux Mountain here. This is
going to be really difficult to get to this one. What's the best way to do it like that? Possibly. Ah, come back, come back. Sorry I broke your mate off the board. I'm not sorry really. Oh, this one's being naughty. This one's saying, no, I don't want to go on there. Too much flux. I can't stand it. Oh, come on. I tell you what, working with tweezers is a pain. Will I ever get the hang of it? You never know. Maybe one day. Is it lined up on that side? No. I don't want to put any heat into that crystal really, because you can easily cock up a crystal by heating it up. Everything's sticking to me. I'm sticky. I'm sticky. Sticky. Slightly cracking up now, I think. Got it. What's that one? Seem to have another one that's just appeared. I don't know where he came from, but he'll do. It's got to be that way around. Let's do this one first. This one's a bit more awkward to get to. The ground plane's really strong. This is... yeah. Got there in the end. Apologies if I'm going slightly in and out of shot. I'm not actually looking at the camera at the moment, so... a bit of a blobby bit of solder on that one, so let's just clean that up a bit. Better. Next. Now put my tweezers down and can't find them. There they are. Just gone flux down again. Wee, come back. Don't burn me. Don't burn me. Don't burn me, Graham. I did nothing. It wasn't me. See, that ground plane is really sinking. Some heat there, right, let's call it. Yeah, it's a bit of a pig to solder, this board, actually. It's not the easiest. Definitely. Done. Hopefully you can still see what I'm up to. Let me just get my yeah, you can see. Yeah, it's all good. Right. Can turn it this way around now. Hopefully you can see where I am. Yeah. No. There we are. I was going to do the sideways slide on that one then, but he messed me up at the last minute. Ah, come on. Come on. 2 minutes to go. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to make it. Right. This one's tight as well. I'm going for Flux User of the Year award. Right, another 47 at 6 volts up here. Let's do that one. Let's do them all. Let's try Aston's method. We've got the last one then. I'm over time. I've gone over time. Mrs. Cruncher won't be happy. So let's try lifting the positive first. Let's just put a bit of solder in there. Let's lift the. We've got a resistor right in there, right where I need to be, really. So that's a positive lifted. Yeah, negative. Yeah, that was a little bit easier, Aston. Yeah, I've got to say. It was a bit easier. So always happy to take on board any suggestions for doing this, because I say, I'm sort of learning as I'm going here. I'm not any expert in this. Last cap going in then. And it's bye-bye time. Nearly there, just the other side to go. Actually could do the smaller solder wheel. I've been using the bigger solder foolishly. There. I've made it so. Finished. 3 minutes over. I've run over 3 minutes. I'm going to have a disciplinary hearing now. Ah. It's an influx. Well, people, that's it. Sorry we didn't get the Atlantis quite finished, but hopefully when I go downstairs in a minute, the rust, etc. will all be cleaned off and it will be just the job. So probably going to be doing a stream on Wednesday this week, none on Tuesday. Let's say I've got a new test set coming on Wednesday. So I'm going to be having a bit of an overview on how all that works and how to set it up and everything. So it's possibly going to be a bit later on Wednesday. And I'll probably show you the test set. Hi David, how are you? Johnny Comic. Hi Johnny. Have you been lurking all the time? It pops up at the last minute. So cheers everybody. I will catch you all on Wednesday evening next, unless you hear anything different. You never know. These new glasses, I'm still getting used to these. So I hope you've enjoyed that today. As I say, bit different. But, you know, it's always something to do here, isn't there? So cheers everybody. Catch you on Wednesday. Thanks everybody that's put the super chats in there. Much appreciated. She's had the barbecue and mine's in the dogs. Could well be, Andrew. I'm glad you got her number, mate. Cheers everybody. That is fully recapped now anyway. It's just a case of putting it back together. And we'll go through some of these caps next time as well, and do a bit of capacitor roulette, and we'll see what other state they're in. The ones that I didn't twist the bejesus out of, that is. Anyway, bye for now.